looks fine. Okay. Video James. Stubbornness. I know her well. Of course, I need to again remember how to do my air kicks, but we'll get there. Trish, can you chill? Trish is wanting more stimulation, I think. I need to find better toys for her that don't require me actively sitting there even interested, because I would like her to be more enriched and happier, but I need to find a way to do it that is something I am willing to do repeatedly so that we are both happy. Sorry, I'm just checking something real quick. Several somethings, perhaps. Okay. Nope. Nope. Right, you want to just fall straight out of it to get the block down there. Where? How did I have this down and then immediately forget how to do it again? I think, like, doing that like side kick off of those blocks is a lot more consistent, provided I can do it consistently. If I'm just going to keep kicking into the crystal like that, is not quite going to help me. What do I have left? Great question. I don't particularly know, I guess. I think there's like a smaller chapter, Stubbornness, which is what I'm on now, and then there is, or not chapter, like sub-chapter or whatever. And then there's Reconciliation with Battle and then the outro. I remember like the last screen of the outro is Tough as Balls, but I don't really remember what happens between now and then. So, some amount. I think not a ton. I'm hoping a bunch less than I got through in the last session, but I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm glad you were getting various things done though, babe. Nope. I have disturbed the Trisha. She is on her way. Damn it. Like that, but with not flubbing the last bit. Damn. My supportive partner, everyone. Mean to me. Hates me. Like that. Not like that. Love you, Aurora. Ah, so you need to do that, but with getting the crystal. I understand. So I was remembering late last night, like even on some of the rougher levels, is it like a lot of Farewell is like not. Damn. A lot of like the late like Farewell stuff is like scary looking screens that are not actually that bad. At least, especially not by the standards of other levels in Farewell. And like this definitely feels like one of them where it's like it's not that bad by the standards of like stuff I've already done. It's kind of fun teasing that out instead of just being, you know, scared by everything like the first time I did this, when I was, you know, less used to its nonsense. Love the woman, hate the villain, hun? Is that it? Is that the gimmick I should have played into if I'd thought this further out? Oh, that was perfect. If I had just dashed one more time. Need to focus less on bantering with my partner and more with more on the platforming, I think. Listen, sometimes you yes and neither of you have really thought about any part of the bit. Made the same mistake. Menacing. 91, possibly 97. I don't know where the brain cell is, if I'm being honest. I ain't seen that shit in a minute. Nope. Yes. To quorum on the brain cell or something. Oh, that would have been fine. Oh, grabbing the wall, that would have been fine. Would have been fine? Interesting. Losing command of the English language as we go. It's fine. I don't need it for this. It's not important for platforming. The English language does not help me navigate platforms in any way, shape, or form. I don't need it. What I do need is a sense of timing. I think you go like right as the level starts, you're on cycle, which feels intentional given this was meant to be a speed game for people who wanted it to be a speed game. But you do need to commit. I do remember a bunch of this Yoko block stuff being a pain in the ass. Even if I will not call it as difficult as stuff earlier in the DLC. God, being like right on the pixel of the edge of the block and therefore like stopping it from respawning is such a pain. I think you really want to like get there earlier in the cycle and just like, I guess you can just stall is what you can do. I think you want to like have the crystal right as the pink block has disappeared, because then it's really easy to just dash across. You can just do, nope. Does it not respawn? Never mind. I was gonna say you can stall until it's there, but I guess no, you literally can't if it does. If it's not one of the reappearing ones. They have thought of that. I wanted to go quickly there is the thing. And same again. Hi, Tourmaline. Yeah, I was hoping to, and well, I guess I'm still hoping to wrap up Farewell and not play it next week. Not because I would not love to play more Farewell, but because I don't want to be playing this level of Celeste and then also playing, well, yes, we're also celebrating that. That's the other, possibly more important reason. I don't want to be playing this game and then learning Rayman Legends in the same week, because it is two different kinds of platforming that will fuck with me. Which is like a thing in games that has happened to me before, and I would like to avoid it happening again. Like playing two games with similar but not identical control schemes at the same time, and like ruining my muscle memory for one or for both. So if I get past this screen, I'm gonna stall for a second and edit something. As a little mini celebration, I get past this, when I get past this. Curious if I'm just doing this the wrong way. Or if it is just I have the right approach and I'm not executing on it. Oh. How did you do? Ah, I see. So, kind of, is I guess the answer. And it starts with remembering that if you correctly do a wave dash, you keep your dash, like that. And also, I shouldn't have spent it at that moment. Done so many wave dashes, and yet they still sometimes fight my fingers. Yeah, see, that works out much better. Except for the part where I jumped directly into fire. But, you know, that could have happened to anyone at any point. By fire, I mean electricity, which is basically fire if you think about it. I was considering going there, and I'm glad you've just used the brain cell and gone there on your own. Good clarification. Good start. We're normal. Don't worry about it. But if you're working to it being something Carmela can control, maybe, I would imagine maybe electromagnetics of it would make it difficult for her to use. Or at least it would not be a free thing for her to mess with her powers. If that's what you were getting to, which maybe I was jumping ahead. Maybe in combination with like an electrokinetic, is that the term people have been using? I can't remember. But I can imagine it being something that, like, in combination with another super who has a electric power, it would make it easier to mess with. Yes, I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking of Volta specifically. There are other ones, but yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna lie and say I was not thinking of Volta, but, and yeah, I'm sorry to tell you this on Evil Power of the Moon and everything. Well, actually, really, it depends on whether Kamala can do it at range, which, not currently. Perhaps, maybe with, more understanding of her powers, that would not be outside of her skill set, but... Another deceptively difficult screen. Well, you know, I mean, no, I use it for evil, hon. Villains. Come on. I ain't use shit for good. Oh, I think Trish is trying to get into a cabinet she shouldn't be getting into. Baby, down. You can't go into that cabinet. You can go into any other cabinet. So stop Trisha from going into the cabinet she wants to go into. Now she's upset at me for not letting her go into the cabinet. She wants to be in one of the upper cabinets that has my plates and stuff in it. Which I actually caught her in one of these mornings recently when all the plates were dirty. But now it's currently full of stuff, and I don't want her to try to get in there. She probably won't knock stuff down, but she might, and I sure don't want to deal with a scared, possibly injured cat who is trying to nestle with the plates. She's currently meowing at me, yeah. Yeah, she's very vocal when she wants to be. Also on Linux I have much worse noise cancellation, which maybe one day I'll deal with, but... Baby, you don't need to cry at me. You don't need to cry. You don't need to do it. Another like deceptively evil screen, which is like not, or I guess even the opposite. Like it's not. Well, it's not foolproof, but it is also not nearly as bad as it might seem at first blush once you pay attention to the timing and how the bubbles are laid out. And once you stop crashing directly into walls while you're saying it's actually really easy, like that. Don't do that. If you do things like that, it's a lot harder. But other than that, fuck. I could have just grabbed the wall there and lived, and gone back into the bubble when it respawned, or whatever. Fuck. You also need to not do that. Fuck. I really think that with these timing blocks at the beginning, so you know what you're in for before it happens. Like, hey, okay, this screen is only these three, by the way, and they go in this order. Which, I think the order is consistent, but like, which ones are available, of course, depends. And the tempo, I think, also changes in this, which is not the case in the cassette levels, I don't think. Those are all exactly the same. No, I need to stall. Yeah, Galaxy had a few like that. I remember enjoying those. I remember enjoying the Galaxy platforming generally. I never touched the... fuck. Mario 3D Land, the cat ones, but I wanted to at some point and just never got around to it. And I got a copy of, Mario Has a Hat, What Does Shit, the video game. At some point, and just have not gone around to playing it, and probably will not anytime soon. Rose is the least useful descriptor forever, but no. There's one with whatever one has the cat suit I have not played. I'll put it that way. And there's also the one of New Donk City, which I have played a little bit of, but not much of. I mean, I've not played either of those, was my point. I have not been on the Mario train for quite a minute, or really the Nintendo train. I think you really want that jump so you can just stall. Fuck. Definitely need to have that dash. I love to flub jumps I've done a million times already. Makes me feel good. Too fast on that, I guess. you really need to like hold all these jumps as late as possible, and it's just such a pain to do it consistently. Especially when you're still not consistently landing your wave dashes. We'll get it, but oh boy, it's gonna be. I guess actually, yeah, dropping there with the dash is the correct play. That is at least one way I can make that easier. So you're not like stalling in midair at least. Or having to stall like inside the yellow block in the same way. I figured I was dead without the dash. I thought it was worth practicing just in case it wasn't. I do need to dash there though. I disagree that didn't count. No excuse for that one. I cleverly dodged it at the last minute. How is that not hitting it? Like, come on. Like, I guess the answer is, like, get a little bit more height, but, like, it's right there. I think it's need to do the kick gives you, like, a little bit more height off the side of it. But those last 3 attempts, like, really should have counted as hitting the block. Or the recharge crystal or whatever the fuck. New failure mode discovered. That's, I guess, the fail-safe of trying to hit it on the side if you just straight up miss it like that. I am being very consistent at this beginning bit, though, which makes me happy. You're really not going to give that to me. Okay, that's on me. I still don't quite know what to do with the last part of that is the thing. I think you have to, like, God. Like, if I can keep both the jumps and grab onto the yellow block, then it's a straightforward, just, like, dash to the side, but I'm not. Maybe my timing is off, and like if you time it differently, you can like grab the crystal just as the yellow block's about to form, in which case it's fine. Because right now I'm coming in too early and I have to like stall, which fucks with the timing. Or, you know, more importantly, requires me to take a jump, which fucks things up. I think, oh yeah, I think it is used dash alongside it, like that. Like, you jump into the spiked block and dash straight to the side, because the block isn't there, so it can't hurt you, and you just land right on the platform, and then bounce off. That probably is what you're meant to do. Let's get back there and find out. Let's not be early. Hello, Azada. Welcome to Yoko Block Hell Challenge 2025. I think these are Yoko blocks. I looked this up and then I immediately forgot what I learned. Whatever the name for these is. In Celeste or otherwise. Oh. I'm already deceased. I think it's a jump and then just a sideways dash, but I'm just reflexively doing a diagonal for reasons unknown. Not quite. Again, I'm going to check something real quick. No, what I'm apparently going to do is mistype my phone password, which I'm not going to share with the stream. That's my information. I will also not share if it's the same code as my luggage or not. That's also private information. I see. Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. Also, I'm gonna have some soda. I know the thing to do now, but I've not practiced doing the right thing, so it's unfortunately going to take a few more attempts to really dial that in. Such is always the way of things. I am really excited for Rayman on Friday. That's going to be such a great time. I continue to disagree. Yeah, they made a whole show about it, you're right, Aurora. Big in the 90s or whatever. How? My head was inside the crystal. How does that not count? I could have taken a bite of that crystal. I think the normal jump recharge crystals, the green ones, taste like spearmint, and I think these ones taste like bubblegum. That's my official. Okay, you gave it. I genuinely was not looking at the screen when you typed that. We just came up with the same thought independently. I stick with bubblegum. Oh, I managed the re-grab, not the part where I also grabbed the jump recharge, but... I'm trying to think of an Everyone Hates Chris follow-up, but I couldn't think of something that sounds like another famous video game protagonist. To make a worse version of your joke. I think they call this riffing. I love that I've invented. Oh, yeah, I guess, yeah. And also, I think everyone. Many people do hate Chris Redfield, it's a thing. So maybe that tracks. God, I need to stop burning my jump by accident. Or burning my dash, even. One of these days I will Resident Evil. Possibly even on stream. keep dashing down instead of doing my wave dash. Ay, Jesus. Okay, so that was basically the jump I need to make, but I also continue to need to hit the crystal as well. Rayman Origins was a huge couch co-op game for me in the days when I actually played those at all. Like, I've definitely played a lot of it just solo, like doing the hard levels, but I also played a lot with like one or two friends, and you know, just getting up to some nonsense. Very good game to be in college while playing. That's okay. New and exciting dash failure. I know I was gonna say own, but I'm pretty sure I still have it. I have the like Rayman 3D game for the 3DS, and played a little bit of it, and I think just got promptly bored. Never touched it, and I played Rayman Raving Rabbids, and I played Origins, and I have not played anything else to my knowledge. That's not true. I played the XCOM type game they made of Mario and Luigi Kingdom Battle or whatever. That game was good. I think they made a second one. I don't know if that one was as good. I certainly know I didn't play it for whatever reason. I should go play an old Rayman at some point, but I wonder if just like I don't know. The thing that worries me, and I guess we'll see if this even comes up with Celeste, Fragments of the Mountain, when I get to it, but I might not like 3D platformers nearly as much as 2D platformers. Despite having played a handful, like Mario 64, which you may have heard of, I think for the most part I don't like those nearly as much, but we'll see. I need more data. It's at least part just not familiar, like lack of familiarity. Like I played a little bit of Crash Bandicoot in middle school because the YMCA that I was at had a PS1, and a friend of my parents that we hung out with a lot when I was growing up also had a PS1 and possibly even a PS2. So I played, the latter of which being how I played Tony Hawk. But I did play some Crash Bandicoot. I played some Spyro, and I mean to play some more at some point. I think Spyro is actually by far, like old or new, is by far the game I am most likely to play of like that era of old platformer game, because Spyro, from what I remember, was very good, and I have very fond memories of it, even not having played it to the fullest extent. And like I think it is definitely the one that is most like, and also I already own it, which is a very tempting thing. So there's a non-zero chance I get to that at some point. I don't know if it'll be a stream game. They're all furry trash. Come on, hun. Like, that is the mascot platformer. It's all furry trash. It's just sometimes the animal is indecipherable. I have not played Psychonauts. I think I might have played. I was gonna say I played a little bit. I think that's a lie. I'm thinking of Quantum Conundrum, which is not Psychonauts. I kind of meant to look into it at some point. I have not played it. God damn it. At some point I need to make an actual short list of things I'm gonna play at some point, and I might put some of these on there. And there's a bunch of games that are bouncing around the inside of my head that need to be on a list. There we go. Hey, bud. How's it going? I really need to chill out and just do the jump. It's not that bad. Yeah, I'm chasing the bird because I think it's a part of Granny, and it... We'll see if that's true. Maybe as a consumer of media, you can guess where this might be going when it's been... This level is called Stubbornness, is after Determination. Also, if I'm seeing the bird, we're almost done with this section, I'm pretty sure, but maybe there's like one more sequence with it. Love to tackle a bird to solve my emotional trauma. No! Madeline, you fucked up. You made the bird sad. Let me finish the dialogue and then sure. I will do big stretch. Thank you for looking out for me, babe. Wah. Let's free a bird. This is the last section of the DLC. Well, last subsection. There are many screens on it. Yep, you got it. Now you have to do a I'm sorry, now you have to do a 10-minute guitar solo. Or 30-minute guitar solo, or however the fuck long that is. Jellyfish, my beloved. Hopefully I will actually find the moonberry without having to double back. I missed it my first go around. I think I know roughly where it is, but... God, this section's so fucking cool, though. Farewell's so good. I will be saying this, like, despite the sounds of Madeline dying throughout the rest of the presentation. Like, I think, like, a lot of stuff about Celeste was like, yeah, like, we mean for it to be, like, you know, challenging as storytelling device, basically. And I think that, like, that sentiment shines, like, most thoroughly here. When it's just like, yeah, it's tough, but, like, you know, you're gonna get through it, the three of you. at this point and make things right and, you know, wake up. I can't remember how hard the screens are between now and, like, the last bit. The last screen, as I've been continually saying, is a motherfucker, but I don't remember, like, any of the other stuff between now and then. And I did not get the Moonberry last time, so I know there's a little bit of stuff you have to do to get the Moonberry, and we'll see what that's like, I guess. Jesus. Too much mat movement. Right, I think you want to wave dash into this one actually for the extra momentum. Look how high I'm getting. This is so much fun. That part's less fun. When I die, it's less fun. Most of the time. A fun thing to keep in mind through all of this is Farewell, like every other level in the game once you've beaten it, once you've done past the seasides at least, has a golden strawberry that you unlock by not dying from the beginning to the end of the level. And there are a lot of people that have gotten the strawberry for Farewell, and I respect them, and I will never attempt to join their number. Because I do not have that kind of shit in me. Not even just in a skill set, but just like in the sense of having the patience to do this over and over again, to like hone your play to the point where that becomes doable. I had this like tuned in, I need to just retune it in. So if you want to go that. I did get the golden strawberry for the first level on Switch, and I contemplated doing that again, but I'm not gonna commit to it. There's also a golden winged strawberry for the first level only, for which the gimmick is just that you can't ever dash in the level, which normally impossible, but there's a bunch of tech you can use to get past parts that normally would need you dashing. And I've thought about trying to learn that stuff to earn the winged strawberry just as an accomplishment point, but I'm also perfectly fine not doing that. There are other video games to play, as it turns out. They keep making them. They keep ending up in my Steam library somehow. We're trying to get to the root cause of that, but... Yeah, you need to not immediately drop both of those. Thinking of Radical Heights now, the very short-lived, also ran Battle Royale game. Which had some interesting stuff. The bikes were fun. A lot of the rest of what was going on was nothing much to speak of, but... Ring of Elysium is always my favorite also ran of the Battle Royale War era. Our previous Shogunate before our modern extraction shooter Palooza. Brilliant. There we go. I enjoyed PUBG for a long while. Like it had its moments. Like I had some people that I was like really into it with, and like had a good amount of time, and like even had some fun with solos for a while. There was always a fucking horror game playing solos in that, especially if, as I did, if you solo queued against trios or quads, you had an adventure. If they ever realized you were solo, or just, you know, found you and just mercilessly killed you because you were one person and they are many. But there was a lot of fun in it. I got a solo chicken dinner once, and it was my wallpaper on my desktop for like a fucking year. Unfortunately, that was before they added achievement, so I never had the solo win achievement. And for a while, I tried to like rehunt it, but like the fire wasn't in me anymore by that point, unfortunately. Never liked Fortnite. Did dabble in Apex Legends for a bit and contemplate getting more into it, but, like, it's not really my thing. And, like, I don't really have a friend group that's... I know people who play Apex, I can play with them, but, like, I mostly don't know people who are into it anymore, and, like, I think I don't want to... I am not interested in spending my time on that anymore, I guess, is what I would say. Don't, like, regret, you know, spending much time on Battle Royales. Like, I think it was a good era of my life to just be way into those, but the time's passed, and that's fine. Now I write furry smut and, do modeling. And play games like Celeste that I've played before on the internet for, a handful of friends. Well, I mean, this one's pretty good, I would argue. Like, it's not, but also it is. Yes, I think that's fair. Yeah, I mean, I think I have a lot of areas in my life that were deeply flawed in retrospect, but there were a lot of, like, good individual times in them, is, I guess, the way I would put it. I think digging into that less vaguely is probably hard to do in a way that is suitable for a public stream, but, like, there's definitely a lot of good in the, you know, the bad and questionable, doesn't know she's adapting for depression, anxiety, and undiagnosed gender dysphoria moments, and maybe is not picking the healthiest chemical responses to such. Well, goodbye, Jellyfish. I'll miss you. I could have just stalled there. It's always, like, one of the nice, like, bedrock things when you are a person like me and have the bad brain is, the solace, at least, is in as long as you keep living, you keep having the opportunity for things to be different or new things to happen. Even if I have not, despite this being a very good era of my life in many ways, is a very bad era in many other ways, largely ones that are out of my control, and I can take solace in one of those to help me through the other, and hope that there will be times when it is less of a compromise, or less of a mixed bag. Can look forward to certain obituaries of grave relish, as the saying goes. Something like that. Right, you do need to time that, don't you? Oh no, you don't. You seem to... I see. One of the death sounds these pufferfish play sounds a lot like fox McLeod's death sound in Super Smash Bros. I've been trying to piece together what I was thinking of when I heard it. I think that is the answer. Strange as it may seem. What am I to do with you? What do you want from me? I think I do need to hit the explosive on the side of it. Which, easier said than done, but... Oh, bird. Fuck. You really need to be on the other side of it, is the thing. And you need to not spend 2 dashes to do it. Whoops. Continue to love the strings in this. And by this I mean all of the Farewell soundtrack pieces that include strings, which is many, if not all of them. I'm trying not to dash because those platforms will fall, but I think you can arrest your momentum there in a way that will let you recharge off of one of them. Motherfucker. Thank you. I don't know quite how you got to that, but I accept the charges as written. Listen, sometimes a girl's got to get tied up by another girl in order to feel right. These things just happen sometimes. I see. Okay, I understand the process now. I have downloaded this level. You can probably misuse that terminology out of fighting games, right? No one will call me on that. There's no laws. Balls. No reason for that. Just panicked in the last possible second. Oh well. That's fine. I love Farewell so much. Also, Farewell is so stupid. This fucking, like, block ride is just a really silly idea for a level. She says as she dies attempting it. Trick, of course, is transitioning between floating bounce platforms without being smashed directly into the high voltage electric fields. I know I need to go to the top one, but I don't see the exact safe time to do that yet. I mean, maybe the answer is just, yeah, I think stall, basically, is the answer. When in doubt, stall. That's in the villain handbook, by the way. I feel safe giving that one up. That one's worth knowing generally. I guess it's when in doubt monologue specifically, if I'm really being thorough here. But if you can't monologue, stalling also something worthwhile on its own. Ideally stall by monologue, however. Ideally stall by making up bullshit for your live audience to entertain them while you re-download the way to do a set of platforming challenges to your hands. See? It worked. That's the lesson from all of that, clearly. The lesson clearly also is that I still need to practice my wave dashes more. I thought that one would not fall that fast. Yes. Redirect some computing from my extra auxiliary capacity. I'm pressing too much down and not enough diagonal. Well, that was not the problem that time. No, I need to not land on it. Caramba. So I need to look into hand tracking stuff. Both getting it working on Linux and seeing what I can buy and or have made that will let me put the sensor around my neck, which I think will be a better, reliable way to track hand movements. Because I've done hand tracking based off the tracker being on my desk. I know I've said this on stream before, but again, I need something to occupy my brain while I do this. I've done like the tracking with the sensor just on the desktop ahead of me, and that mostly works. It has like a bunch of like weird tracking issues, and I think getting it around my neck will solve that. I know people just like 3D print those, but I mean maybe like they're like I think there are existing like neck-based things that will be exactly what I need. I just need to figure out who sells those and how to not pay more money than they are worth to get one. And then, you know, still do the testing and see how that works out. And also, I still need to fix, like, I know the finger, I've been doing VR chat testing, and I know the finger tracking with this model is not where I would like it to be, so I still need to work on that. But at least knowing that I can track hands will be a good motivation to fix that shit. Because, like, well, I guess this is very, unless I can get my hand tracking to work on Linux, which, actually, that wouldn't save me anything, because I still have not gotten VNAND to work consistently on Linux, unfortunately. But if I could then do the hand tracking, which would be fun. The other things I could do for streams like this are finish the controller hand drawings, but I think I'm still not prioritizing that work. Just something that I'll get to eventually. I do also just like the fucking psychic floating controller gimmick that I've got going right now. I think it's funny. I'm levitating this with my mind like the slice of pizza from the meme. Also, it's a good controller. I'm very proud of the controller drawing. So even, like, I knew I very deliberately was like, okay, I'm going to go ahead with the controller drawing because that part's good on its own. And I do not for a second regret that, because I think it continues to look good. I'm glad you both think it's funny. That's good. Fuck. I'm glad when I think something's gonna work out and I get feedback that it actually does work out. That's very, I want to say cathartic, but that's not the word. Affirming? That's also not quite the right word, but it's closer. I could, but I don't know, to either extend or break the K-fob here, like, the gimmick that I want for this controller is that it is it is like a shared like cove one in theory, but it specifically is allocated to the dive booth. So like other people use it too is the thing. And if I ever, finish other models that I would like to do in theory, I would use the same controller for them to extend that idea. Like specifically Rose and Weaver and Whiteout would be Whiteout and Weaver in that order would be the ones I would make next if I end up making more models. Which I would like to. Like, I've made models of both of them before, and I would like to bring those models up to the same parity of skill that... Well, I say this one, but this is a PNG. This is not the model. But the model that this PNG is based on, I would like to bring those characters up to this bar at some point. I just need to figure out when to do that with the none free time I have and the 1 billion creative projects I have. These things probably can be done, but... I have been progressing on writing, at least. I was writing a bunch of synth edit scenes, or, well, I was working on one specific scene with synth repair work earlier today that hopefully will be eventually wrapped. I realized I want some more... I wanted some more emotional stuff in the scene. Yeah, I had a synth deer before Sherry had her synth conversion, I'll have you know. I've had this character since... Well, I've had art of the character since 2021. I've had deer art of the character since, like, 22. So it's been a minute. What I've not had is necessarily her whole personality and, exactly what makes her tick and what of that is good and what is bad. Oh, Jesus. You really can't save those jumps if you touch these platforms from the side, unfortunately. This is really, nothing about this screen is anything beyond, like, land your wave dashes several times in a row. Which is not to say that's, not difficult, or that I'm kicking myself and not pulling it off, though I am a little bit. It is just that, like, there is nothing more to it than that. It is just, land your wave dashes. Continue to land your wave dashes. You and me both, Termalate. I'm glad it is finally fulfilling its purpose of telling people shit about my blorbo so I don't have to do it all the time. I look at my website a lot to pull up art or, like, remember things I've written or, like, just contextualize information. Oh, fuck. I might be off by a year. It was like 21 or 22 or 23 is when I had the synth deer Anita art. The first of which was a piece I drew myself, which has held up better than some of the other pieces for which that is true, but which I am a little bit put out looking at it sometimes and kind of want to redo one of these days. But I have not... I've gotten myself to do, like, more, like, schematic type art, like the controller hands, like the logos and stuff. Like, drawing characters, I have not, like, been in a good headspace to do for a while. I'm too down on myself when I try to do character art in 2D, so I'll hopefully solve that at some point and get more practice in, but right now I mostly am remaining in the 3D space and working there. Which gets, really good results. Like, I'm happy with what happens when I do that. It just also is a fucking huge time commitment. need to stop holding the trigger through so much of this. It's just like a reflex action that I, even while complaining about, I cannot consistently stop myself doing, which is unfortunate. Yeah, the original, well, actually, what made a neat idea was my fascination at the time in Destiny with the deer skull exotic that I'm forgetting the name of in Destiny, which was stag, which was very powerful in GMs at one point. Might be now for all I know, but it was very popular in GMs at a point when I was, you know, playing a lot of GMs with my friends. And because I used it so much, and because I kind of like used like the stag beetle solstice helmet before that, I started to like, make up ideas of like having a deer character, and you know, retconning like furry versions of all my Destiny characters, which I eventually, or at first pictured happening in the Destiny universe, and then kind of retconned to its own universe that I've not written. But Anita got, you know, associated with deer that way, and then I had to think, like, okay, well, white-tailed deer probably, because that's, you know, a common kind where I live, or, you know, places I've lived. And then from there, I was like, okay, well, what are Rose and Bryce, who I already had names for at that point, I think. Or I think maybe I was developing them as I went, but I had at least Rose's name. I think Bryce might have come later. And I was like, okay, what are two other species that live in North America that I'm familiar with that I can do for the trio to have them have a consistent theme? Which is how I came up with a possum for Rose and desert cottontail, I think, for Bryce. Which I thought was a nice counterbalance of, like, you know, prey/omnivorous animals and 3 North American animals against Carmilla's you know, snow leopard and predator animal. There's a lot more going on for Nia's character than just like the predator-prey clash, but I think it is very good that she is a very dommy character and, you know, very protectionist-driven and all that, and also a prey animal. Well, the first Deer Anita art is 22. I think in 21 it was just her. I mean, I could tell you. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That was when she was in her like original Exo Guardian form, basically. And then I think from that point on, I started to commission her as a deer. To not learn this incorrect wave dashing technique out of nowhere. Part of it is I'm trying really hard to not keep gripping the triggers, but it is such a reflex action for me that making sure I don't press the triggers requires holding my hand differently. Starting to get reference art or pieces generally, and at least ref sheets for Jules and for Lucky. And I know what species they are. It's listed on their character page. I just need to, well, justify more commissions, which I probably can't do for a while, and also figure out who I'm commissioning and what, and doing enough design work to have the artist be willing to do ref sheets for me, because I know not every artist is willing to do them, especially if you don't have existing refs of the character. Let's hope that I can give mood boards at least. Like, when I commission Jules art, I'm just going to put art of Corky from Bound and say, that, please. Give me one of those. Well, that and, like, a bunch of, like, of the things you show me, Aurora, of, like, various hot rat girls. I'm gonna pick some of those, and then I'm gonna pick, Quirky from Bound, and I'm gonna go, that's what Jules looks like. Also, just, you know, 10% bloodier. Whose blood? Don't worry about it. Fucking dive team unofficial motto right there. She is a girl and a rat, yes. Both these things are true. Fuck, I keep messing that last one. Hi, Nate. We're talking about girls who are rats. And rats who are girls, I suppose. Fuck. My brain hasn't functioned correctly in years, Tourmaline. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay. I thought I was dead there. I am so consistently fucking up that last one, and just the last one. I hate this. Fuck. I'm coming in too low. I'm coming in way too low is the thing. Like, when they teach you wave dashing in this DLC, they emphasize that, like, if you're too low, you don't get the jump recharge. And if you're too high, you don't get distance. And, like, therefore I know that I'm coming in too low. That's not enough to fix it. I'll get there. It's just gonna be a bunch of, bullshitting and nonsense while I do. I don't know if I've heard that one. Maybe I should. I beat Celeste Farewell, brackets 2019, and all I got was this I Love Wave Dashing t-shirt. And also my gender got trans. That happened too. The risk of playing Celeste is that several years later you will realize you are transgender. This can happen. It can happen to you. Again. Yes, Aurora, exactly. I mean, honestly, I might review this game and say something akin to that when I finish it. Evil. Evil! What did I ever do to Maddie Thorson and the rest of her team to deserve this? They want you to do one last wave dash at the end is the thing. Not quite. I don't think I'm going to do it on stream, if only because of the previously mentioned, like, platforming muscle memory conflict reasons, but someone who tuned in, like, at the end of last stream was recommending, well, I brought them up, and they recommended that I try the Monica's D-sides, which are, like, one of many, you know, community levels for these games, but, like, a set specifically modeled, you know, after the B-sides and C-sides for the game, but, you know, a lot harder. And I was expressing that I wasn't sure I was up to snuff of tackling them, and the person who had tuned in, whose name I forgot, I'm sorry, pushed back a bit and said I probably should give them a try. So I might, but I will not go spoil myself on them like I might have otherwise, in case I do play them. But I suspect I will not do a stream thing of them. I will just play them my own time and maybe do some recordings if I find particularly worthwhile streams. I also do still need to watch a task of this game just to remember like what Celeste speedrunning looks like. Especially looks like nowadays and not, you know, several years ago, the last time I looked at Celeste speedrunning. This part's also tricky. Is the thing. Like, it's not as hard as this earlier bit, but it is tricky. Fuck. Hell yes. I always support blender nonsense for people to get involved with. Been dabbling off and on, cleaning up said model and working on 3D space design for a possible, well, I guess a studio space, basically, to take cool renders in of my model, and maybe eventually a VR chat map if I really get math together. I didn't actually do the donut tutorial, because I am allergic to tutorials for brain reasons. But I hear many people do the donut and talk positively of it afterwards, so I hope the donut is treating you well. I hope the donut is being good to you. Or that you're being good to the donut, or one of those. Listen, we don't need to interrogate all possible meanings of donut here. Just because deranged furries have one idea of what that means. Oh god. Fuck. I have once again learned the incorrect way to do wave dashes. Yeah, so I need to back this up. Yes, I also generally mean that. I am not really a proponent of the alternate meaning. I think I need to, like, go verify the veracity of it. I heard that part of how Blender got, if not a good UI, a usable in production by normal people UI, is by paying a bunch of creatives to make a short film. watching how they did it and then fixing all their pain points, which A, sounds effective at achieving those goals, and B, sounds cool as hell, and I want to go look up more information about that. And I found it's very easy to find like all the like free works that the Blender Foundation has made. It is not as easy to find out the veracity of that story specifically. I need to go track that down, or at least learn more about it. Yeah, I'd recommend more open source programs do such things. Krita, I'm looking at you. Or Krita, however it's pronounced. I don't like the UI of that program. It might be what I'm basically defaulting for art now, but I don't like it. Yeah, you need to climb that one faster. Krita, okay. Was trying to wave dash. Yeah, I am also bad, and unfortunately, if you are bad at following tutorials, there are a few that I might recommend even with that caveat that I have found useful, but like I think mostly the reason or the way I got into it and might recommend doing is finding something like a what's there's a free software to make anime style like 3D models that I'm forgetting the name of that I used before I got into modeling. And what I ended up doing was basically making a model and then pulling it into Blender and then flailing until I knew things. And I kind of recommend doing that, I guess. It's like start with like a base from like a program that, you know, makes models for you and then fucking mess with it until you learn anything about anything. If I find anything particularly useful, I can send you from Lane, but I don't remember. I would have to remember what I'm talking about, and there's only a handful of tutorials that I would particularly recommend. I know the lazy tutorials guy is not particularly good for models specifically, but has been very useful for understanding how to use Blender, or like Blender's philosophy generally, and I have found that to be very useful. That's Ian Hubert's videos, I believe, is the lazy tutorials. Also, Nate That Rules, the PS2 modeling. Yes, I always support early or earlier 3D aesthetics and models, and would love at some point to kind of get into Jesus Christ. I panicked because I thought I'd already died there. I kind of want to get into like low poly stuff at some point. I just need kind of like a better understanding of the basics, I think. Because right now I need a lot of polygons to, you know, produce something good. And like part of that is, you know, recognizing what you're willing to make fucking angular and just leaning into it. But I think I could also stand to learn some more basics about how to create shapes so that I can manage to work in a lower poly style and still achieve results that I like. It would be good to learn, so I didn't actually get into it, but I've been aware of Second Life because I've been on the internet before, but specifically last year I was in contact with some folks who actually do Second Life stuff. And I kind of want to see about making a Second Life version of my model, but I think the main problem is that Second Life has very stringent polygon requirements because of when it was made. And my current model would blow those the fuck out of the water. So I need to like learn more about how to do low poly stuff in order to do if I'm going to do that. Or to learn, I need to learn like automated tools that do what, decimation I think is the technical term. I need to find some way to have many less polygons. And also at Tourmaline, I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to look it up. It's a program I've not used in a very long time, and just new because other people in my life were using it to make anime-style models, and I will have to look up what it is and see if I can remember. The thing is, like, the limitation in it is that it makes, like, anime-type models. Like, you can get a Catboy, Catgirl out of it, kind of, but, like, it will not make furry characters for you, which is, you know, why I moved on from it. But you can make just a model and import that into Blender, and it's not clean to do it. Like, you have to kind of like delete a bunch of stuff or like learn how things are put together. But I found, at least with the way my brain works, that was a good starting point. And then I just added, you know, several years of work on top of that. And I don't know if that's necessarily a repeatable strategy or useful. Not Warudo, no. It wasn't a model rendering program. It was a model making program. Yeah, I think I'm talking several ways about low poly stuff at once and kind of mixing whatever point I'm trying to make. But I do like it as an aesthetic choice by itself. And I kind of would like to be able to make stuff like that if I, you know, had a particular design or idea for a character, say, or something. Damn it. And I don't know, I would like to, you know, have an idea of how to make low poly stuff that I was happy with. For its own sake, and just for things that will work better with low poly than, you know, my 69K poly monstrosity of a VR chat model. Which, many platforms do not like all of those triangles. VR chat honestly does not like that many polygons. VR chat would prefer I have fewer polygons, but I don't get dinged for that many, so I'm gonna fucking use them. The number specifically comes from VR chat. If you're under, I think, 32K, you can be in the excellent category, and if you're over like 32K or so, but below 70K, your model can be anywhere from like good to poor, and if it goes above 70K, it instantly becomes very poor. And I, you know, saw that on this remake and was like, okay, that's my limit. I can use up to 70K polygons, and I have, and I've made a model that looks very good. And I kind of, in theory, would like to cut some of those polygons down just to make it, you know, easier to render, but I have not found a good place to cut them consistently yet. I'll cut them from one part of the model and then realize another part of the model needs more polygons to curve more smoothly or something. Coming in way too low on that last one still. I don't necessarily recommend this as a general strategy, but I have seen models in VR chat that are like one polygon, that are like a static image. And I'm not sure how you get that past, like, I don't know, VR chat. There's nothing illegal about it, I guess, but you can't just have models that are, basically nothing. Yeah, you could. My thing has always been that I try to reuse the same pipeline as much as possible for both my VR chat goals and my VTubing goals. And I have done alternate versions before. Like, I had, like, I think my, like, third major revision of my model stuff. I had a Rayman edition, but I broadly have not found it. Fuck, I'm dead. I broadly have not found it worth doing those extra versions, and taking that stuff out for a specific release is not really maintainable. One of the ways I'm also wasting polygons is this model has... What is the way to put this? I won't get Twitch mad at me. It bugs me on an aesthetic level, and also a potentially wanting models for other scenarios level to have a model that has the clothing like built into it. Like if you're building a model like intelligently for a modern game platform, you would not model the body under the clothes if the clothes are not coming off, because that's just wasting your time and wasting resources. And like I should be doing that for this model, like it should just have the clothes like built in, but I want to be able to have, you know, different clothing perhaps one day, and I perhaps want to, you know, take renders or whatever without the clothing on if I'm doing certain things. And like because of that, and because I don't want to maintain two different like project files, I just do it all in the same project, which is fucking me over in that I'm wasting polygons, but like that's worth it for me because of the other, you know, considerations. Yeah, there's no like real I mean, I don't want like a separate project file. I don't want to have to maintain like two versions of the avatar ever, because that's just extra work, and it's hard to keep those in sync. Because if I, you know, do small fix-ups on one of those project files, it means that I need to do that work on the other project file. The thing to remember about me is I was a software developer before I got really into art stuff. So like I always think of things in the terms of like, I always think of things in terms, yeah, in Blender. I always think of things in terms of like I don't want to have redundant work that I'm not going to keep in sync. I don't know why I tried that. That's why I was so happy to get out of needing a Unity project file to make. So I used to make my motherfucker. I used to make my the way I used to do my modeling is I would export from Blender as an FBX file, and I would import into Unity into a special project, and I would do a bunch of like VRM stuff, which is the model that usually VTubing models, at least 3D ones, are in. And I would, you know, create the VRM, like set up the spring bones and everything, and I would export it. And then I would re-import it into Unity, and then I would export it again as a VRM after, you know, checking some stuff, and then I would have a finished model. And then at some point, someone made, or I found, or both, a Blender plugin that does VRM export by itself, which means I can now just export my VRM files directly from Blender, and Unity does not have to be fucking involved, and it fucking changed my life. Because Unity is such dog shit. And I have to use it for VRJack, because there is no, like, there is allegedly a pipeline that doesn't use Unity, but I've never gotten it working. And like allegedly you can run it on Linux also, and I have not succeeded in that either. So I currently have to go to Windows and use Unity just to use the VRChat XDK to export, and yeah. And yeah, like, and the thing is, Nate, like the thing to even consider there is it's not even just that it's several steps. It's several steps where I have to remember to do things. Like I have to go, okay, like let me check the 5, you know, there's more than 5. It's like the 5 expression keys, basically, like how it, you know, it moves the vertices when I do speech with the model. And I would have to match them up to the things, like to the correct like keys that the VTubing software would expect. And, you know, check the spring bones and like make sure those are set up correctly, and like do all that stuff like after import and before export again, and then verify that it was good for the final export. And like I fucked that up a bunch, and like would have a model that like looked fine but like didn't animate speech correctly or something. And now, like, it just all happens in Blender. And I just export, and I'm done. And it's so much better. And actually, I found I was kind of, before I got back into doing VRChat stuff, like, this year, I was hoping that this would also make the VRChat process easier. And it turns out, after some work, yes, because I can import I have a separate plugin for Unity. Well, I found one that would import VRMs from Unity, which I think I had already had for my previous work. And now I have a thing that will take a VRChat model and just, like, directly... Motherfucker. Okay, we're fine. Well, maybe. I have a thing that, like, basically turns the VRM, like, directly into the VRChat, like, thing. And, like, then I just have to, like, press save, basically. Like, it's not perfect. Like, I'm currently having a problem where it's, like, only... I'm gonna have some water. Like, I'm having a problem with the spring bones currently, like, the bones that, like, do wiggle motions. Your dead or alive physics, or your tail movement, or your whisker movement. And, like, currently in VRChat, only the tail is working, and I have no idea why, so I need to figure that out. And the second thought I had is, more to the 12 iterations point thing, Nate. You can also imagine, like, I go into Blender, I fix a bunch of things, I export to Unity and do all this stuff, and I do it correctly. And then I, do it again a second time, and then I miss exactly one step, and, like, realize, like, fuck, I have to do that again, and then do the testing I wanted to do. God, I just really need to do wave dash stuff here. What dead or alive physics, otherwise known as tit and ass physics. Spring bones are largely for that, but they're also for other things. They're basically for anything that needs to wiggle. Yes, jiggle physics also would work. Yes. All these things and more. All these worlds and more. God, this is fucking mean. The other thing was, like, again, like, I would call this screen not that hard by the standards of the DLC, at least, but... still is a thing you have to execute on repeatedly to get through. I've also thought about learning how to do a Beat Saber model, because, like, those allegedly you can also, like, export to from VRM, but when I looked into it, it said, okay, get a Unity project that has, like, a certain version of such and such, and I'm like, fuck. No. I will not make yet another Unity project. You can't make me. Because if I could get that done, and I could also, like, figure out how you're supposed to do camera work in VRChat, or not VRChat, Beat Saber,
to get the nice like model perspective that I see a bunch of like YouTube uploads use, I would have a good time doing Beat Saber and putting YouTube videos up of like hard songs or whatever. The music is so fucking good in Farewell. Yeah, Lena Raine, very good at music. This is, in fact, a Lena Raine fan club. Has never stopped being one the entire time I've been replaying Celeste. They need to be like over the top of that one, I'm pretty sure. Nope. Not a diagonal dash on. Not what we're going for here. Almost. There was more after that bit too, but at least getting the first bit is something. I love fucking dodging the upper fish like that. See, that's a good comparison, because I didn't know this until I looked up on the wiki, or came across it incidentally in the wiki doing something else, but apparently this was internally called the Lost Levels, and like some of the game files still reference that. And it was just a matter of like, it was gonna just be like a standalone level pack until Maddie Thorson, I think, like figured out like what the story would be. But it was originally just like, hey, what if more harder to less? It's a lot of fun when it released. I played this, like, maybe not right when it came out, but, like, very close to when it came out, and enjoyed the hell out of it. Even if it also just kicked my teeth in. It still is kicking my teeth in, but I'm still enjoying it. did play the Lost Levels when I was a kid also, because I had Super Mario Bros. Deluxe for the Game Boy Color, and played the hell out of that, including the Lost Levels. I'm pretty sure we're on that. I might be making that part up. Maybe that's why I'm so into platforming games, come to think of it. It's just like having like one of my, 5 games or less as a kid, probably like 3 at points, be Super Mario Brothers, and then what if Super Mario Brothers but harder? Yeah, okay. You need to dash up after that. That's what I was worried about. Yeah. But starting with Demon Souls especially would just make you into quite the motherfucker. I understand, I don't fully mean this as derogatorily as it's about to sound, but having played Demon Souls now, I can understand how the Dark Souls community got the way it was, especially early on, if they started with imported Demon Souls as their introduction to what those games were about. Because boy, that game is something. I like Demon Souls. I like a lot of things about it. I also dislike a lot of things about it, including the fucking health system. It's true. Also, I'm not allowed to talk as the local I never used items in Sekiro because it wasn't fun person. I wanted to just simply learn to deflect. I technically started out with Dark Souls 1 in that we played it in college, but more honestly, I started with Sekiro and then played Elden Ring and Bloodborne. Oh, I was thinking about Sekiro specifically. What did I start with actual video games? The Game Boy Color was first, Mario and then Pokemon. I eventually got a GameCube and got Sunshine, Wind Waker, things of this nature. I played Super Mario 64 DS. I think I did play Super Mario 64 at some point before that, but yeah, you need a corner kick off that spike wall. Still like Super Mario 64 DS more than Super Mario 64, I think. Yeah, nostalgia has and continues to carry me pretty far on thinking Sunshine is not as bad as people get about it. There are, however, some parts of that game that are bad. I won't clarify which ones at this time, or how much of the game they are, but there are sure parts of that game that are bad. Still think of the fucking G-Beast Mario Sunshine series they had, and Dan falling through the block that one time. Or was that Vinny? It might have been Vinny. GameCube physics said no, and he fell through a block. Video games of all time. Right, I need to actually throw this thing, and by throw I mean let go of it, but with the button. There we go. That's what you're supposed to do. Hello, my old enemy. love this video game so much. Nightmare, 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 nightmare. This is the screen. And this is the screen I also need to get to the Moonberry on. What do I mean nightmare? What do I mean the screen? Well, let me show you what horrors await. Hold on, I think we skipped oh, we can't go up here. And then here I need to go like left afterwards, I'm pretty sure, to get to the Moonberry area. I might pull up where the Moonberry section is. Because I missed the Moonberry when I played this the first time, for reasons you can maybe guess. This is it. Like, this is the last bit of farewell, but this is a part you gotta clear. Like, it is not lying to you. It is, in fact, this long. Alright, I just need to see where the Moonberry is, and then I will settle down into fucking learning this screen once again. We'll get there. Love to stop seeing advertisements. Yeah. Okay. So it's like up from there then? Oh, it's gonna be rough. Okay. I mean, a lot of it's remembering how to do this shit before we get to the actual, like, doing it part. This is the one level I didn't remember in the sense that I remembered, like, all of its, like, twists and turns, but I remembered the feeling of this level. I need to not do that if I'm going to keep missing the grab throw. So rusty on my jellyfish management. Normal sentences said by normal people. coming in too high on that bit is really funny. Like, not even that hard to solve. Well, hard to solve if you just flub your jump right after, but not that hard to solve in theory. You just need to, like, wait a second and let yourself descend. I have a lot of memories, well, not like substantive memories, but like feeling and like vague impression memories, which I feel like are a lot of what I've got these days. But a lot of those of being on my couch in my apartment in 2019, doing this over and over again until I finally got the clear. I just played this shit on my Switch and just, you know, sat there until I fucking did it. You know, probably took breaks. Switch notably good for just, you know, pausing the game whenever and walking away. But even with that functionality, just, you know, doing this. I think it really was worth it and cathartic to clear it, if it did take fucking forever, and it's going to take fucking forever again. Sometimes this is about the journey. Can't survive about the jellyfish, but I always think I've been thinking it's worthwhile to practice like later parts, even a little bit. You know, I'm eventually going to just, you know, succumb to the abyss. Oh! Thanks, Nate. Enjoy your multiplayer stuff. Thanks for dropping by. Sorry, I saw someone type out of the corner of my eye, but I was in the zone. Demons. I might be fucked here because I don't have a jump, but we'll see. And I need practice at this section, so. Interesting, I wonder what those platforms are for. I wonder if I'll have to deal with that in the near future. Goodbye, Jellyfish. I'll miss you. Yeah, I think you just need to, like, throw it the right way for it to get, like, trigger that on its own. Fuck. Oh, okay. Well, I hope my well-wishing to your multiplayer session was reached anyways. I think I basically did that perfectly, except for the part where I threw the jellyfish in a fucking stupid way. But yeah, see you around, Nate. Always a pleasure. Sure. Need to be a little bit slower on the draw there, of all things. I mean, just because I did this level so many times already in service of the first clear, but I feel like a lot of this is easier than I remember it, or I'm having at least more success internalizing it. Which I think is one part, you know, having done it before, one part being very fresh on all of the game as opposed to not being fresh on it when I played it the first time. And like also kind of having a better understanding to an extent of mechanics in this game and like, you know, herb boxes and stuff. Like a better understanding of that than I did the first time on Switch. So, you know, some combination of those things. Fuck. Can't lose that much height. I should have just committed and gone right off the jump. I just thought I needed more height. Fuck, fuck, fuck. just trying to get that upper section done. Okay. Like when we get to the electric box, it's going to be nightmare, nightmare, nightmare for reasons which will become clear, but this feels all very doable. She says as she runs a jellyfish into a death plane for no reason. Like, besides that upper part where I'm starting to, like, remember how exactly you meant to throw the jellyfish, I feel like I mostly have this set, honestly. Or it all feels like pieces I have, and it's just a matter of, you know, practicing and getting those into better shape in my head. I do feel like, and this is true both of platformers and Souls, is that, like, a lot of this always does come down to attitude. Which is kind of a blessing and a curse, depending on how deep into being tilted you already are. But, like, it always is, at least in part, like, you have to believe that you can do it. And, like, you know, not be hung up in, like, whether you're gonna fail a certain part or not. And, you know, believing that I can do this and that I have all the pieces does not necessarily confer an instant win upon me, but it is a good headspace to be in. It bodes well. Yes, I'm fine. I forgot they put that in. That's cute. I thought they were going to convince me to take a water break, but I think it's not quite time for another one yet. Need to stop giving that quite so much momentum. Sorry, I'm just checking socials real quick to see if there's anything that needs my attention. EP. The way these pufferfish look when you're near them is, I think, the way everyone looks at this screen when you first see that shit through the telescope. It's like, really? That's what you got? Fuck, okay, I guess. I think I want a diagonal dash into the jellyfish there is what's fucking me. Sure. Let's pretend that makes sense. Which, for those that I am willing to take, like, I don't think I deserve that, but okay, type collections like that, but I mostly need to get this consistent, because, like, I had the first bit of this down, but, like, that part where, like, I'm getting too much height consistently. I need to find a way to make that more consistent. So like this always just comes down to attempt until you get it, and I need to figure out how to make more of these attempts successful. And just figure out what is going to work best for me to achieve that, and, you know, repeat it. That's not it. That is not the way. Neither is that. Those are different reasons. Well, yeah, good on the height there, but not great on the other stuff. I think also part of the answer is air control, like with the jellyfish, that I'm still remembering how to do. And which you are made to do with the way the wind stuff works here. They want you to have that shit locked down. Or at least, you know, give a good impression of having it locked down. New failure mode discovered. Old failure mode rediscovered. Hi, Trishy. Trisha is once again making her way across the desk. She wants to be in her box. She's finished doing whatever else she was doing. Baby, please sit down, huh? Trisha, you can sip the water balls if you want, but I would appreciate if you sat down, huh? Lay down, Trishy. Lay down. She's very interested in the screen that has all the motion on it, and I'm worried she's going to get her head in the way of it. Alright. She's sniffing me now. As a cat, I have to say that cats are very strange creatures. Deranged little goblins with knives for hands and anxiety. Right, okay, I see. I understand. Where? Hi, oh. You reappeared and I jumped directly into electric death field. This is clearly your doing and not my doing. As a person who's been jumping to electric death fields all night. Fuck, 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 fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Fuck, fuck. I remembered the name of the software I meant. I'm gonna check if it still exists, because I believe so, but maybe it doesn't. Oh boy. Bell. No problem. I don't know what using it's like nowadays, or if it is actually the best way to do any of the model stuff, but it sure will give you a model that you can put in the blender and fuck around with. Which may or may not be a good way to learn, depending on how your brain works. I guess I could have plugged it in chat too, but whatever. I just need to get that part down consistently. trying not to catch it, because I want to do a diagonal dash through it, but I keep grabbing it by mistake and then having to try to, like, figure out what height, or if I can save it at the last second, and then failing to save it. When all I really want to do is just not grab it until I'm mid-dash. I guess it's literally a button for... Actually, I'm not sure if, like, dashing into it without holding it will grab it or not. I kind of... Like, I'm again just doing the thing where I'm holding the hold button all the time and shouldn't be. But I'm not sure if dashing into these without the grab button... Well, I think I could test that, couldn't I? Maybe that would help me if literally the problem I'm complaining about is just not holding onto that button for dear life as much as I am. Yeah, it will in fact help. Good to know. I think through basically the whole rest of this level, I do basically want to be holding onto that shit for dear life. I think this section's really neat. Like this, just the like free, like the only free movement you like ever get in this game with the jellyfish right there at the end. And like they still make you work for it. It's a hard, like careful, like floating section, but you actually have like full free three-dimensional or well, two-dimensional. It's not a 3D game, but full two-dimensional movement that you just don't get at any other part of this game. Aha! I do think this screen still, like, even if it's like long and difficult, is still like surprisingly forgiving in so many ways. Like, there's a lot of things like you can flub and like recover, which not a given on hard levels of this game by any means. More, I guess I would even say, like, more the exception than the rule. Or it is rare that you will be able to recover hard jumps in harder levels of this game. But you're whining. You're safe from me. This part, not as much forgiving. Hey, I've only gotten there a handful of times. I'll figure it out. But one open question, and I'm not gonna like look up the answer to this, even if I have looked up like hints on like varying screens in this DLC, is I'm gonna have to do some tricky stuff to get the Moonberry after I've already gone through this screen, or after I've already mostly gone through this screen. And I'm curious if you die when you're doing that, if you have to just redo the whole thing or not. Because I suspect you do, and it will be a bit of a bummer if that is the case, but it's possible that you only have to restart from a later part of the level and don't have to redo all of it. And so I guess we'll see. Or maybe we won't. Maybe I'll just, you know, clear it first go, and then I won't have to answer that question for myself. I love the floating cassette tape there. Bad news if you die during the Moonberry, but you have to just do it all over again. But I did suspect that was the answer. Well, I would simply not fuck up my jumps, especially when they're a tech that I definitely have not fucked up repeatedly before. During this stream, even. Fuck. That's still better than I was expecting. I will simply have to succeed at it. And I guess practice the rest of this in the meantime. Such that it is not that big a deal if I have to redo a lot of this over and over again. Damn. I am excited for the Moonberry. Oh, okay, so it's in the actual Moonberry area is what I'm inferring then. Maybe I'm wrong. I have seen a bit of that from looking up where it was, because I, again, did not get close to getting it my first playthrough. But I've not really studied the whole area that it's in and what that screen asks of you. But I did glance at how I get to it from here, just so I know when I get there. Fuck. I was planning on getting it before reading the chapter because I didn't want to have to get back to this point, but if I can get right back to here, I could see... I was planning on getting it first. Let me make a definitive statement. Just so I could get it and then get my clear. Well, sure, but like if it's gonna put me like right here anyways, like I don't see the reason not to get the berry first. And I wasn't even sure I could be right at this point anyways. I didn't remember where the last chapter select bit was. Like it would be just as much catharsis to get the Moonberry and then the chapter as the other way around. I don't know why I did that. I apparently need to have more water when I'm not in the middle of an attempt. Yeah. That's fine. Getting there proves that I can get there. That's the first time I've seen the... That's the first time I've actually been at the power thing tonight, so it's a good start. Simply do it again without dying. And then prepare mentally for the challenge to come. Sure. Let's go with... Yeah, sure. Fine. I love to flail, but ultimately succeed. I think that's what Gap Moe is. Or Moe. However the fuck that's pronounced. Did not get the momentum. I remember when I was like just trying to remember, well, early when I was trying to remember like where the Moonberry was, like how to do anything about it, I found a video of a guy getting the golden strawberry for Farewell. And for one, I was very happy for him when he got it, even if the video was very old and the moment happened long ago. But I also really enjoyed that he had Battleland's I Believe in You from Chapter 7 cropped out and put at the bottom of his stream layout as encouragement. Which, cool thing to do. And definitely an encouragement after, you know, however many hundreds of hours or whatever it took him to get the clear. I don't know why I mean, I know why, it's because I'm holding grab and I shouldn't be, but I've been getting that bit inconsistent again after getting it kind of consistent. Really a point in playing that through, but I like the practice. I have not run into one of those yet. Like, I knew what would happen if I did. It was not, you know, a mystery, but that's the first time I've actually landed or hit one. Oh well. I think in a second I might take a water and stretch break and refresh myself for more of this and also Moonberry Path stuff. In some number of attempts. I'm not putting a firm time figure on it at this point. Two left. I need that much extra height, but whatever, again, is consistent to do is what's most important here. Too aggressive. I need to hold that like like a tiny bit more to get the height to actually grab the box. I was hoping I could recharge that puffer fish fast enough to save that, but it was not worth trying, really. It was better to just dive into the drink and try again, but more successfully. Two more goes, and then I'll take that water break. Because on one hand, I'm really hitting my stride here and like getting most of this clear, but on the other, I keep making silly little mistakes, and also I'm thirsty. And also, it's been 3 or perhaps even more hours that I've been streaming, so it's definitely worth stepping away for a second. I'll have 1 or 2 more attempts first, and we'll see where those take me. Don't you dare. Don't you dare remove me from this screen. I'm not done yet. I know you have to go left. I just have not had a chance to do any of the path to the berry yet, so I just, in theory, know what I'm trying to do at that point, but have not had any chance to practice it yet. Tell you what, the next time I get to the control box, I will just pause and look at what I need to do. And maybe also pull up a video of someone doing it again, just to remember the first step you have to take. We're not showing that water now. Yeah, that's about what I expected. I will simply have to get very good at doing this whole screen. Honestly, I feel like I'm mostly there. Like, I'm not perfect at this by any means, but I feel like I have most of this down. And it's still a lot to have to get right in sequence, plus a part afterwards that I'm not, you know, practicing on it at all yet. But the fact that it does not at all feel out of the question to do this whole screen repeatedly to practice the last platforming bit. Though I would like to not interrupt me saying things like that by immediately dying to a thing I should have down, but I still mostly believe the thing I said about having this mostly down. Fuck. That would be an example of mostly. And sometimes just coming into that the wrong way and flubbing it. Alright, I did say I was going to take a proper break, didn't I? I got distracted by actually making it past the thing. I'm going to take 5, get some water, and then get back to your attempts with this. Burp. A small cat continues to yell at me. Also, hello. I stepped away for a few minutes and my hands, they are up again. Also, it doesn't help that she's still yelling, honey, please sit down. I'm not sure if she's meowing loud enough to be picked up on mic, but I can hear it. Like, my headphones are not noise canceling, or at least not fully canceling. So if she's meowing somewhere in the apartment, I can hear it. And, like, even hearing it a little bit is enough to be a little distracting. Hi, baby. Are you sure it's not okay for you to just hang out and just be here and just not be yelling and just kind of be, you know, vibing out? I don't think you need to cry for attention. I think you can just sit here and enjoy the game with me. See, look, there's motion. It's your favorite thing. You love it when things move. She does love it when things move. That is true about her. Now she's sniffing my arm, and she's settling down. Talking too much about my cat and not doing enough successful cross-learning. Getting a little too aggressive on the movement there. A wee bit too aggressive on the movement. I should have just dashed there. stall a little bit more there. That part I did not have down as consistently. That would be an example of stalling the correct amount. Trisha, why? Why are you trying to get closer to the screen? She wants a better view of the moving, I guess. Fuck. Cannot fully blame her for that, but it did not help that I suddenly was looking at her moving forward on the desk and worried if I had to pull her back. I probably could have saved that just doing more aggressive dashes up to get my height back, but again, that is the kind of thing where it's like, just scrub the attempt and start over at this point. Like, I know I can do this consistently. If I have the 1 in, 100 run where I don't, then just die. Try again. Aurora, if you're in chat, I think I'm gonna just play through and get the ending. Well, I guess this is for the benefit of everyone in chat, but Aurora, since I was just talking to you about it, because I think it's going to take me many more attempts to successfully get to the Moonberry, and because then if I, get the ending, get the credits, have my moment of, hey, she trans, then I will not have that hanging over my head with a timer afterwards. I do have to actually succeed in getting there again, though. Because I feel confident at this point that I can just beat this screen, but that's not the same as having beat this screen. Yeah, I've been thinking about that while dying repeatedly. I'm like, that probably makes more sense to do it that way. If we're earlier in the night, perhaps I would force through more attempts at the Moonberry path first, but... This is not literally free, but I'm pretty sure this is basically free. From this point on. I know, you would have had access to the recordings anyways, but, this is all stuff I really wanted you to see, because it's really good. Fucker's in the ground and still just beating Madeline's ass in dialogue. I love you, Granny. She's so cool. Jesus. Such a good character writing. He's just laughing still. Gotta live. It's the curse of the living, isn't it? We keep going for the people who can't. Transgender. Hmm. Conger Strawberry is so cute. Trishy, you're trying to lean on the keyboard, Trishy. Please don't. Been there, hon. Been there, hon. She is crazy and mean is the thing. She just also rules. Hell yes. Hell yes. Oh god, he's hot. It's a really good reveal. Yeah. Yeah. So since I have you, I can just do the thing on stream that I was gonna do on. Well, I guess it shows it there, but that's one number. What I want is you. Big 10x on the death count. That's farewell for you. Yeah, let's see if I can do this without fucking something up. What's the best way to do this? I guess it's this, because I don't actually care about the times. Actually, that is not the screenshot I want. I want 1 in 3 chance. Because I have 3 screenshots that I pulled over from the Switch, and one of them is the correct one. Well, there's that, I guess, which is my file total, but that's not actually what I want. Is it this one? Yes. So this isn't like exactly a 1-to-1 comparison because like I did some like fuckery after I beat the Switch game. and like, you know, messed with variants, messed with some of the assist stuff, and like generally, you know, added more to all the death counts. But yeah, a lot of these are big difference, big difference coming to the game, like, you know, with experience of playing it, as it turns out. And I've not been looking at these side by side. I really wanted to get the numbers. I probably will post these on socials as well, like a screenshot of this, but I just wanted the side by side. I guess, yeah, 37, 34 to get to that point. I don't care about the level times. I do care about the total times. That's, like, also, like... Again, the time is, you know, risen because I fucked around a bunch, depending on how it counts that. But, yeah, nice, you know, 37-hour clear. Alright, that's all I needed. I am going to just go back in for the strawberry now, or for the moonberry, but I wanted you to see that, Aurora. And I guess anyone else who is in chat is also welcome to use their eyes to see those comparisons, because I thought that would be a neat thing to do at some point. You can also rearrange these, by the way. I don't know for what purpose, but you could do this. I guess it's actually, that kind of actually makes the comparison more honest, because, like, I wasted a few, like, you know, a handful of deaths going for the, Moonberry, but, which I didn't do the first time, but, like, it's still gonna be, like, a pretty close comparison. And I guess that's another reason to do the completion and then the Moonberry, is to not make that gulf widen any farther. Fuck. Stalled too hard. Stalled out, in fact. Oh, right. I forgot the thing I need to do there. It's been a minute. I'm trying to get in the zone and relax here to not stress out about the jumps, and I think I am relaxing slightly too much and flubbing things I shouldn't be flubbing. Flawless. Flawed. Worried I'd hit the fish too late, and then I definitely hit the jump too late. Unfortunate. Trisha, please, hon. Trisha, please do not stand up right now. Where are you trying to go? I have forgotten everything I've ever learned about wave dashes suddenly. Like, it's mostly just the nerves, and like I'm working on tamping those down too, but it is... And that's part of why I'm saying so many things, like I do think I have this screen down, but I do also feel a bit of the anxiety every time I've spent my, you know, 5 minutes getting back to that point, and then I flub the jump repeatedly. I think once you get past those first few jumps, it's at least a little bit easier, because like there are a bunch of spikes higher up on the Moonberry path, but I think they're generally placed in ways where it's not that easy to accidentally jump into them, and I think there probably is a good amount of room to like save yourself with, you know, a jump lower down if you miss a jump higher up. Or at least I'm choosing to believe that's true, in the hopes that if I can get the first bit of the Moonberry path down, that I can, you know, fail a lot of times on the upper bits and still path through it. It would be nice if that is true. I'm not 100% sure. I'd probably get there and, you know, practice the thing more, but... Nothing for it, but do the thing. Simply do the jumps. gonna time travel back to my apartment in 2019 when I was doing this for the first time. And so proud about getting one clear, and then just getting several in a row, only to make it harder on myself, and be like, also, by the way, I'm a girl now. Just to fuck with her. I'll add this to the list of hypotheticals where I go bully my egg self for no particular reason. And with no particular aim in mind, besides bully. Sure. Just doing a periodic Discord check. Back at it. Gonna get that berry. I'm gonna make such a good pie out of that moonberry. Sound off in the chat about what you think the moonberry tastes like. Fuck. That was literally what I was gonna go for before I just decided I'll put it to chat. I guess I was specifically thinking of like mystery flavor things generally, but the Airhead is like the number one A1 of those for me. We are far too drift compatible on. It's terrifying. I guess I don't need the brain cell right now, because I'm just doing shit with my hands, so you're welcome to keep it. Bad news. Curse of thought. Cognito ergo you thought. Cognito ergo threat. Fuck. Being punished for the dumb things that are coming out of my mouth. God, I'm just thinking about the, like, fucking they live glasses you receive upon realizing you have gender fuckery in you, and how that generally affects your view of media in the world. And I'm thinking of how people, like, freaked out, you know, Dipshits Online freaked out when, like, Celeste Farewell came out, because of the fucking tiny trans and pride flags on the desk. Because, you know, those people are dumbasses. And I'm thinking now of, like, Summit in the base game with the bit I screenshot for the edit I did, Aurora, and, like, how it's just the fucking trans colors in the back. And it's like, game's always been very trans, even if people hadn't quite put it together yet, or the creators hadn't quite declared that yet. I'm sorry to tell you, the game was already extraordinarily transgender. And yes, I guess I do remember Portal 2 did in fact teach me moon rocks are deathly poison. That's true. Tastes like lemons, thanks. Alright, we got several submissions for the moon rock or moonberry flavor contest, I guess. Stand by for a winner being announced never. I don't know why I keep flubbing that one specifically. I'm just not getting enough momentum, I guess. Or not jumping onto the jellyfish fast enough, I guess. One or both of those things. I choose to believe this is all enrichment for the jellyfish, that they enjoy every part of this. Including the part where I run them into forest barriers. I think they also love that. I think it feels good to them. I at least want this to be true. They look enriched. They look happy. It was exciting to get that far, though. That was most of the way up, I think. Which part? I need the jellyfish at lots of parts of this. I'm not sure if I don't think I need it at that part now. I was gonna do a wave dash. I just fucked it up. It's possible it helps you if you save it. I don't think you need it though. Like I think that upper section is mostly just successfully doing wave dashes, which I'm just have not had to do for this whole screen, so I'm rusty on now. I need to stop thinking about the later section and just do my homework and get back there. Still that fine line of getting zoned out enough to do it without stressing, but not getting so zoned out that you run into walls. Our finest scientists are working on this. We will have a solution one day. Maybe I should just sit here and fucking practice wave dashes. Which now that I say that, I do, what, 6 in a row flawlessly? Well, clearly I will never again have a problem, right? Clearly the circumstances of a jump that are stressful won't change my performance, right? Clearly I just have it down, right? I mean, I'm just gonna like reverse irony myself into not being stressed about jumps anymore. Just, I did it. What's the problem? Just don't be stressed about it. This is my new strategy against the layers of mental illness in my brain, is just don't be stressed about it. And I'm not even like doing that in like this shitty, like, simply don't have mental health problems. I'm just trying to find new and exciting ways to bully my brain into healthy behavior. So yeah, like, hey, you've had runs of this where you do this, you can do this mechanic flawlessly under other contact. Like, just take a breath, don't be stressed. Do the thing that you know you're capable of. We'll see if it works. If nothing else, it will give me something to babble about for the next dozen attempts of this. And I need something to babble about to get the right amount of my brain distracted, so... I should have just dashed up there. I knew I was a little bit slow on the golden feather that time. God. That country little walk will give me strength, you're right. I'm trying to remember the context in which I read the red on the pride flag is for Revolver Ocelot. That probably was a Tumblr post. That sounds like a Tumblr post I read recently. Like, I can't swear to it. And I believe that. That's true. The red on the pride flag is for Revolver Ocelot. You got there. You got there close enough, and I'm certainly not going to be able to correct you on it, so... Yosuke, okay. Fair enough, that's right. It's 3 AM for you, that's true. Do be late for bunnies and sharks and combinations thereof. Nice. Huh. I feel like I glided onto the platform faster than I had before on previous runs, but maybe that also is the drug speaking. It's impossible to say, really. I do like this kind of like extra style. Like they give you your dash back at the end of this whole bit. So like you don't need to bring a dash into it, which already is nice of them. But I kind of like the fact that there's like a crystal there. So like if you time your jump right, you can get it back going into this section. And like it doesn't like give you anything except for like a tiny time save maybe. But you get to feel cool, and you get that kind of like morale boost going into that attempt of like, hey, I have my jump this whole time, or my dash this whole time. It's nice to feel like you've accomplished a little thing. It's good dopamine. I think I'm getting worse and worse on accuracy of the I've been playing this video game for too much, for too long, at a not too high, but still non-zero level of intoxication. So my brain is doing unknown things that I cannot be accountable for. That's my excuses, and I'm sticking to them. I need to take some pills. Okay. I have had my pills. Now I'm unstoppable. Or something. It's been a while since I fucked that up. Plus was so good, why didn't they ever make a 64 version of it? Oh, they did? Wow. I'm just reaching for anything to say. I am excited for Fragments of the Mountain, and I still am planning on doing it after this, however long this takes. I mean, I'm sure there are, tricky platforming things in it, but I feel confident in believing it will not be to this level. And therefore, I can take it while it's very late at night, and also possibly with a re-up on the weed. I think it will be a good time. It will just not be a challenging platformer time in the same way. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I will get my ass kicked, in which case that'll be a different kind of funny. I think it will be a good time, regardless, is, I guess, my point, such as I have one. Not quite. Not quite. I guess the one way that, like, middle one is forgiving is that you don't actually need to do a wave dash that actually preserves your dash, because you get enough distance off of even one that does not preserve your dash that you're fine. Which, again, surprisingly, forgiving for how a lot of Farewell is. And, well, I think Farewell generally... I have said variations of this thought several times throughout the stream, I think, but I'll try to phrase it a clearer way. I think Farewell as a whole is just kind of, like, forgiving, even while being difficult in not every case, but many cases of its levels. And I specifically make that comparison versus the C-sides, where I think that, like, consistently is not the case. And some of the B-sides, that also is consistently not the case. I think it's interesting. I'm not sure if there's, you know, intentional design change there or other thing, but I think it is fun to see, I guess, or to think about. And I guess one of the benefits of having played this game before is that, and I guess now being able to kind of, you know, divorce, like, the part of me that's babbling from the part of me that's playing, is that I can say things like this and talk about them and see more of the game than just the original parts I saw when I played the first time. Seeing extra depth in it. Like, for instance, the trans flag colors in that one section, like, it's not even subtle. You people, and you're having 3 a.m. right now. It's only midnight, well, longer than midnight now. But we've not yet cracked 1 a.m. where I'm at. I'm trying to start farther to the right here. Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, Tourmaline. I hope you're okay. Well, you said small injuries. I guess you are broadly okay, but I'm sorry even a small injury happened. I'm glad you're okay. Fuck. I didn't hold far enough left. I moved too far to the right, much like certain political parties in the US against their much farther to the right opponents. Fuck. Being punished for my dumb jokes by the video game. I'm fine. I'm cheery. I'm doing the hard thing. I appreciate the game trying to encourage me to keep going, but at this point I do not need it. I have a light and happy spirit, and I'm willing to just keep trying this. And also, at least until their time zones take them away from me, I have 2 friends cheering me on in the chat. Fuck. need to not to figure out what I'm doing wrong in those times where I don't get enough momentum on that one specifically and correct it. So it feels like one of the remaining points of consistent failure, or not even consistent failure, but like the most consistent of my outstanding points of failure. Which I'm reminded, when I was reading like this last wiki's like bits about golden berries and like what going for them is like, and you know, especially the one for this fucking chapter. One of the things they mentioned was like, you know, just you're obviously gonna start at like much higher death counts, and like part of what you have to do at that point is just like figure out like, okay, what are my trouble spots? Like, why am I dying repeatedly on them? Can I find a different way to do it? Can I find like a way to make it more consistent? And like, obviously, I said I'm not gonna bother trying to do that for most of the levels in this game, and certainly not this one. But that doesn't mean I'm not using the same mindset of just like, okay, what? I mostly have this screen down in a, you know, be able to do it in one shot. What is making that tricky? I'm not sure if I have. Is it something versus Alaska? It's possible I've seen it and just forgotten, but I can pull it up later. I did look up some like ARG stuff for this game, and I'm not sure if that's what you mean. What do you think the bird and Badland think as they see me run away from them at the end of this level repeatedly? Only to die off screen somewhere. There you go. It's fine. I'm feeling normal. just want to do a Dagon and Dash, that is the thing. Yeah, well, kind of. Maddie Thorson's getting over it. And I'm going to keep giving her the entirety of the credit for a whole game studio, but she is the first person who has a name that I remember. Or that my brain wants to use for dumb jokes. I'm just... Part of this is also them just, like, hesitating when I need to not be, and just, like, grab that shit, but... I also do know there are spikes right below me, and I would prefer to not think about them anymore than I have to. There's also more after this, by the way. It's just that I get a checkpoint, finally, and can stop being as stressed as I've been. Love to succeed at a thing there. I may just also rewatch someone getting to this bit to see if there's a little bit more reliable way to do this part. So I am pretty sure you need to do a wave dash there to have the speed and momentum, but I could be wrong. It's just really annoying to do on that small of a platform is the thing. Sure. Motherfucker. Alright, if I flub it again, I'm going to look at someone else do it and just be reminded by that. I'm far enough into this where it's like, okay, I just need to know the technique I should be trying to do, and I will leave the, Wow, how have I started flubbing this? I will not worry about that being part of my success story. It's like, no, that's... The part that I need to know that I can do is the doing, not the knowing. Yeah, that's almost a formed thought. It's just... Okay, it's something just not recharging my jump when it should be. I'm timing this wrong. How have I started doing this incorrectly? What have I forgotten that I used to know? Well, whatever it is, I remembered it again. Fucking hell. God damn it. Let's sit here with pink hair and think about what we've done and double check the strat here. Okay, there are some scary bits after this still, so it's not quite home free. That's fine. Okay, so it just is succeed at doing a wave dash. Okay. Thank you, video. Love to know the answer and then found. Fine, I'll check that too, but I think I might have remembered what that is. Okay, once my web browser succeeds at looking up information online. Sorry, I was trying to get Trisha to, once again, not occupy space in front of the keyboard. Night, Aurora. Thanks for hanging out. Glad you get to see all the ending and stuff. Fuck. A checkpoint! They are real! I thought I was going to. I straight up thought I was going to do all of that again. I thought the checkpoint was later. Sweet, that's something at least. The best present a girl could ask for. This is so much more approachable at this point. But the peace in my heart would have persisted if it had to persist through that, but now it is just not even a problem. My heart is as light as it has ever been. Right, okay, so the trick is to spend 2 jumps. So otherwise it doesn't seem to give you your double jump back. Like that. I didn't think this through. Finding new exciting ways to die. need to stop doing a diagonal dash there by accident. I also need to stop doing whatever just happened there. I need to check something. Careful where you're putting your paws, Trishy. He's stretching out on the desk, and I'm worried she's gonna knock something over by mistake. She doesn't understand the space she takes up sometimes. Just a surprisingly large amount for such a small kitty. I should just go for the first one every time. I've been able to get like high enough momentum off that sometimes to make it viable to just go straight to the other one, but like, I don't know. I should just practice the option where I don't go that far, just so I don't die instead when that happens, like has been happening recently. I love how consistent that wave dash has been getting now. Did not learn my lessons from the last time. Still have not learned my lesson. Is of course the risk of doing that, but I think I can be consistent about the grabbing such that it won't be a problem. Still don't actually know what I'm doing there is the problem. Where's my phone? Okay. Now what? Ah. Of course. No, hold on. I don't want you yet. Well, here. Wait for me. Yeah, this is the last screen for the berry, and this is, I think, tinted gold. Or no, it's the second last. I know, like, one of these screens, like, right at the end, is tinted gold if you are carrying a golden berry the whole way as part of your, you know, reward for getting that far. Oh, that's mean. I probably should just learn the thing they want me to do here a bit better, but I think it being like just a death plane cutoff is rude. But I also am discounting, I guess, that the berry is still supposed to be hard once you get to this part, and I should just simply learn the challenge and do it. I think starting off like this is easier. Rude. Because if you just practice the thing they want you to do, it doesn't become immediately free, necessarily, but it does become easier. Like I said, not free, but easier. That might have also been saved, but yeah. Why don't I instead just practice doing the thing correctly and doing it once incorrectly just for flavor? Fuck. Nope. I guess if I don't reach that top one, it's not technically practicing doing it correctly, but it is at least practicing doing it kind of correctly most of the way, which is still valuable to do. Fine. I should check the telescope again and see how far I have to go, but I kind of just want to practice this a bunch until I don't feel like this is the problem for me anymore, and then if I fail at a later part after that, I can worry at that point about the later sections that I haven't gotten to yet. Fuck. I think what's helped me a lot in this replay is just finally getting a feel for how many actions like really are will give you a few free frames afterwards where you can still do the thing and like you're not fucked yet. Like I knew this game had coyote time and stuff like that already, but I guess I hadn't thought about it and like hadn't really internalized it for all of the times it comes up. And like the wall kick has been part of like the thing where you can kind of like do a corner kick but like do it off the wall like above the corner instead. It's not something I think I really internalized until this run, and that, you know, makes a bunch of jumps like a lot more doable. And like now I'm kind of piecing together that like you can do this like throw off the wall here, and like it really is pretty late in the, you know, animation where it stops working. So you can really save it like further than you would think. And in fact, like that seems to give you like a good amount more height in some cases. I don't know, maybe there are places I could have been doing this during the rest of Farewell, honestly, but not knowing about it and, you know, not being forced to learn it meant that I did not pick it up. And now I know. If I ever, like, get way into, like, modded stuff with this game, it will behoove me to know this stuff that I've been able to just, you know, ignore for to this point. Every time I'm like, okay, I've got to hold back, and I'm like already like in the spike, and like, wait, yes, I did not actually do the thing. Fuck, you have to do it right. Yeah, okay, I see. I guess that's also where I had heard that if you're carrying a golden strawberry through here, it detaches from you at one point because you have to do a death warp. And I guess that first room is where, like, if you're carrying a golden strawberry, it will just detach from you at that point. It's like, hey, okay, you're allowed to die here specifically, and it doesn't count. And that was the spot. Any point before or after that, no. You die, the strawberry vanishes as normal, but for one time only, limited offer, be allowed to die on a deathless run. Fuck. No, that's just a normal one. Okay, I am actually gonna look ahead now. Okay, so that's gonna be, you know, dash up into that bounce, do the thing I've been doing throughout this level to get height. Bounce, do the thing, get height, bounce, bounce, bounce. Jesus. Bounce, I guess, be on these platforms, jump through these platforms here. Bounce off the wall once more. I guess you wouldn't technically have to. Maybe you do have to. Okay, this is definitely, I think up here you don't need, at least past that button platform, I don't. No, you definitely are still gonna need the jellyfish. Fuck. Oh boy. I'm a big girl. I can pull it off. I disagree, but okay. I'm just doing the throw grab too quickly, so I'm not paying attention to where the jellyfish is because I'm doing it by reflex. I'm gonna be paying a little bit more attention. And or just, you know, slow my timing down so that I'm hitting it more consistently regardless. No, it's just not high enough. So I guess there's a wall I'm just ignoring that I could in theory be using, but it doesn't feel necessary really, I guess. Because either I'm coming in like way lower, or I'm I'm fine on height already. In which case, like in either case, there's not like really an incentive to change up what I'm doing. I don't think. You need to stop throwing it over that wall, is I guess one of my major outstanding problems. Maybe you're gonna knock something here. I'm gonna move this because you're about to knock this over. Insult to injury, having it bounce back like that. Maybe since turn off my mic and just get in the zone for a bit. If more people pop into chat, I might talk more, but I think I can just focus on doing the jumping for a bit. Actually, I am going to do that, but I'm also going to go do a water break real quick before that, so I'll be a minute. Where is my mouse? Wow. That was fun to get. Alright, let's get another ending and then see if I want to fuck around in Fragments of the Mountain. I think I do, but... I probably will bring the stream down and bring it back up, despite, I think, probably no one being here, just because it will make it easier to do bookkeeping on my end. I love the texture on these cutscenes. Transgender. Deliver article by 4:10. What a good game. That's probably gonna be a problem. I'm sure that drops frames or anything when I do a screen capture while streaming, as we'll find out. My stream still seems to be okay, so maybe that's fine. I just want to get a clean screenshot of this, which I guess I can get afterwards if I have to. Because I want to compare with and without getting the Moonberry, just because, you know, I can. And yeah, I'll see what that number looks like and post it on my socials. Does Moonberry mark on the file? I guess it doesn't. Interesting. But yeah, that is a Celeste. That's all of it. I'll bring the stream down, kick some stuff off, stretch a little bit, and then at least fuck around with Fragments of the Mountain. Might not finish it. We'll, again, see how much of it there is. I really don't know. Thank you folks who dropped by. See you in a minute.